Hello, Gigliardo. Congratulations, you are indeed first.
This power.
Barely able to breathe. My wife called the police, and eventually an ambulance arrived and rushed me to the hospital. Upon my arrival, they told me that my lungs were filling with fluid, as my liver, kidney, and heart were all simultaneously failing. Doctors scrambled for answers, as my family and I prayed to God that I would survive through the night. But how did I get to that point? And what causes a human to have so many health problems appear all at once? Well, let's rewind all the way back to June of 2025, when I was filming a documentary about Kia Boys in Detroit, and our car was shot up, with me sitting in the front seat.
Yeah, you gotta see. Somebody just blew at us.
Oh, go.
Somebody blowing at this bitch.
Someone shot at us. Yo.
What the fuck?
And this set off some pretty intense anxiety and insomnia that would linger with me for the rest of the year. The next video I filmed was at the Shambhala Electric Dance Music Festival, where I had what I would consider a mental breakdown of sorts. I'd never been to an EDM event before, and after days of camping on the floor and the bass slamming my head, preventing me from sleeping, I actually had to leave the festival altogether and stop filming. After Shambhala, I began these intermittent periods of vomiting and insomnia where I wouldn't be able to sleep for days, and no matter what I ate, I couldn't keep anything down. You can see a big drop in my social media output after Shambhala towards the start of August. To cope with the decline of my physical and mental health, I actually started training folk-style wrestling at Tarleton University in hopes of competing in the 2025-2026 season. I was committed to going back to college just to wrestle, and I even announced it on my Twitter. At many practices, I would begin vomiting and have to sit out due to the stomach sickness, mixed with sharp chest pain and the inability to catch my breath. In mid-August, I attended the annual gathering of the Juggalos, where I was feeling incredibly sick. And instead of bailing altogether, I tried to cope with how bad I was feeling and still film, which resulted in me being pretty off the rails the entire episode. 2 days after the gathering, I flew to Dublin, Ireland to film a multi-day video with Charles Carroll and Eric Hayden. At this time, my health was certainly...
Sneako interviewed by DJ Vlad.
Don't think I really care.
Got the club to play Ye's band Hail Hitler song. Sneako, welcome to Vlad TV. It's your first time here. I want to start at the very beginning. Okay.
Found out.
So you're like 12.5% Jewish?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Oh my god, here we fucking go. Oh boy, as if any of that fucking matters.
Okay, where was your grandfather living at the time?
He was living, so he fought in World War II. Like Jonah Hill's real name is Phelps. Big into message board. Slow growth in the beginning. Stuck for a niche. Posted him on Twitter.
Yeah, not worth watching. Thanks for the donation, dude.
deteriorating as I was vomiting most days of this trip to the point where I couldn't even sip a beer without puking. While abroad, I made a post on my Patreon saying, "Boys, my sincerest apologies at the lack of new content in the month of August. I am out sacrificing myself to the ether for your entertainment. I promise plenty of insane extended cuts lie ahead. I have been hustling every day for these videos. I fear I've totally fucked myself. I am not well in any regard and look forward to returning home to recover and edit what I've gotten. Also, today is my brother Kyle's birthday. He was supposed to be 40 this year. I am now 30, and I hope I don't wind up in an early grave like him. He was an incredible person who I deeply miss every day. God bless." So undeniably, as early as August, I knew something was very wrong with me. I just did not know what it was at the time. And for those that are unaware, my big brother Kyle suffered from a massive heart attack on September 4th, 2019 that ended up taking his life. And ever since that day, I've worried about my own longevity and if I was going to
Read my name.
I'm not doing that. That's weird. That is a very young age to die of a heart attack.
Die from a heart attack at 34, or if something was possibly wrong
That's
with
my
me that I
age.
wasn't aware of. From Ireland, I flew directly to Las Vegas to film with Craig Jones for his jiu-jitsu event called CJI 2. I enjoyed my time with Craig and the boys, but something was definitely off with my health. I was having numbness in my hands and feet with intense anxiety, and the once or twice a day vomiting continued. After Vegas, I returned home and continued training wrestling, trying to get my health back in order. A few weeks later, Craig Jones invited me out to Culiacan, Mexico, to visit his Fair Fight charity jiu-jitsu gym, as well as film a potential video about the ongoing cartel war in the Sinaloa territory. During the Mexico trip, I was quite sick to say the least, and it was there that I finally put my foot down and decided that I would not be filming for the rest of the year and I would return home to address my health, as I had been regularly vomiting for almost 2 months at that point. When I got home from Mexico, I tried to resume wrestling, but I ended up having to stop working out altogether as my health got worse and worse.
Yeah, gross.
My
Can
grandmother
we stop
passed
with
away
the
on
vomit?
September 26th, and I was having really negative thoughts about not wanting to exist. My physical and mental state was pretty terrible, and on the day I learned of her passing, I took to my YouTube community page to post this. Sorry for my distance, everyone. Things have been bad for a while, and I have wanted to say more. Sadly, there isn't much I can tell you to explain where my head is at. I have not been feeling okay. This morning I was told my grandmother passed away. I chose going on a film trip this week over seeing her for the last time. Words only do so much to explain this feeling. I'd like to be around for a while, but I fear I may not. Which was pretty dark foreshadowing of what was to come. And on my Patreon, I made a post titled, "I'm sorry guys," which stated, "I wish I had more for you. Feel free to cancel your membership. I am sorry." Which led to over half of my Patreon members understandably unsubscribing and immediately put me in a financial predicament because of how low my profit margins are and how much I rely on Patreon to run this channel. On top of that, the puking had turned into an all-day everyday occurrence where I couldn't sip bone broth or have jello without vomiting, and I was fighting thoughts of just wanting to give up. I tried cold plunges, saunas, IV therapy, numerous medications.
Do you at any point think you should, like, go to a doctor?
No social media, meditation, and nothing could stop my anxiety, insomnia, and constant stomach problems.
Like, dude, this sounds so far beyond taking a Tylenol. Like, at what point did he think it might be a good idea to go to a doctor?
I dropped weight all the way from 195 pounds down to 165 pounds, and I genuinely began feeling
that's
like
retarded.
I might die. It sounds dramatic, but my whole body was cramping, my chest was pounding, I couldn't eat or drink anything, my hands and feet had gone numb, and having exhausted my at-home remedies, I decided
It sounds like a B12 deficiency.
I would go to the urgent care for the first time on October 27th. There, I was given an IV of fluid and treated with anxiety medications and Zofran. 2 days later, on October 29th, after 2 days of not sleeping and nonstop vomiting, I returned to the urgent care once more and they did the same thing. IVs, stomach meds, anxiety
Yes, the good old, Robitussin.
meds, and absolutely nothing worked. For the next 8 days, I spent the majority of my time vomiting and getting in and out of the bathtub and shower. It was indescribably brutal. Then, on November 5th, I went to the emergency room.
It's just so bizarre. Like, I'm assuming he told the doctors what's going on. Like, this doesn't sound like something that would just be fixed with an IV fluids and, I don't know, some stomach meds. Like, there's clearly a fucking problem here.
Begging for help, and they wouldn't give me medicine this time, despite me blacking out and falling in the lobby. They gave me a bag of saline for dehydration and kicked me out the door within 45 minutes. I had no idea what to do. I flew my mom into
Remember, everybody, American healthcare is the highest quality. That's why you'll go bankrupt if you ever have a health problem.
town, and she took me to a doctor about an hour away who prescribed me Buspirone, an anxiety medication, but that really did nothing, unfortunately. The next 10 or 11 days were a blur, my whole body cramping up. I could only sip water and Pedialyte pop.
Like, dude, this guy's, like, fucking dying. And they're like, no medicine. Are you sure? I'm, like, dying. I lost 50 pounds. No. You'll go home now.
This video essayist made a video on Big Lenny a few days ago. A Turkey Tom video on Big Lenny or the Del Rey Misfits would be pretty cool.
There's a quote
Probably not worth watching.
from the famous
Strength is
ever taking this.
Yeah, that's not worth watching, dude. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
obstacles and still would throw that up. My weight had dropped from 165 down to 157, standing at 6'3". And that brings us to the morning of November 18th, when my body finally decided to give out after 79 days of vomiting and what I would describe as suffering. Literally, the only reason I did not die on November 18th was because of my wiener dog named Pumpkin. Let me explain. So that morning at 10 a.m., Pumpkin had a vet appointment to get her anal glands expressed, which apparently is a normal thing for small dogs. And instead of taking her to the appointment, I slept through my alarm because I was unconscious in my bed, close to death. My wife was out of town visiting family, so she called me repeatedly, but I wasn't answering, which is unusual, and she ended up calling the police to do a wellness check on me since the last thing I had texted her the night before was that I felt like I was decomposing. The police showed up, and my roommate Turkey Tom answered the door and led them to my room, where they found me in bed, completely delirious. My feet were extremely swollen, I was totally deaf in both my ears, and the bathtub had been left running overnight. Tom helped me into his car, not yet knowing the severity of the situation, and drove me to the closest urgent care. There, I go inside, but was so disoriented that the receptionist asked Tom if he was my caretaker because she thought that I was mentally handicapped. Apparently, I was rolling around on the pavement outside and couldn't even remember my birth date. They brought me back, and very quickly they knew something was severely wrong with me, so they called an ambulance to bring me to the local hospital. When I arrived at the hospital, they took my vitals and discovered my blood pressure was as low as 76/48, which is potentially life-threatening.
That's weird. My blood pressure has been that low before I did steroids.
On top of that, they put me on a scale, and I weighed only 150 pounds at 6'3", having lost over 40 pounds in under 3 months. They did some blood work and ran some tests on me, and I ended up finding out I had a long list of health problems, including sepsis with acute renal failure, also known
Why didn't they do a blood test before?
as kidney failure, an acute kidney injury, pneumonia of both lungs, acute liver failure, with my blood test showing my AST standing for aspartate aminotransferase, which is a liver enzyme that is normal.
AST is not a good marker for liver damage, but yeah, if it's 2800, yeah, it's probably liver.
Between 15 to 48 units per liter, with mine coming in at a ridiculously high 2,809, over 58 times higher than the highest healthy range, which is extremely high, as you can tell, and
Dodo, donate $2. Good to know. Let me see.
I don't think the people of the United States understand how Trump has attacked your president. Could you explain that?
Well, what is important is that there is a narrative to build about the figure of Gustavo Petro, presenting him as a drug dealer, as a person that is supporting the cartels in Latin America. What is totally clear, if we go to the facts, is that the action and the decision taken by the President Petro are in the other way around. Whole kind of composition of the Trump's.
Wait, wasn't global
Si,
warming
senor.
supposed to make winters milder? Well, yes, on average, but a recent study found something surprising. The coldest 5% of winter days in places like the eastern US, Northeast Asia, and Europe have not gotten meaningfully warmer, even as the rest of the climate warms quickly. That's because when the jet stream gets extra wavy, it can pull cold air all the way from the Arctic deep into the mid-latitudes, temporarily overpowering the warming trend of climate change. And counterintuitively, global warming may be contributing to this. Researchers are still debating.
Yeah, I already heard about that crap.
People that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to get.
Why do you think they were able to afford that home in the first place? Because it was inexpensive. The boomers have to die off, dude. This is a problem in Canada, too. They're deliberately trying to keep housing prices as high as possible so that they get the boomer vote.
We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like they've, that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. You know, there's so much talk about, oh, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured.
That is retarded. Well, that's great. I'm going to fix affordability. I'm going to make everything more expensive.
From other states, there's been 88,000 criminal illegal aliens arrested in Texas, 34,000 in Florida, 30,000 in California, 12,000 in New York, 12,000 in Georgia. Yet we haven't seen the same level of chaos in any of those states as we have in Minnesota and in.
That's great. I don't know what that has to do with the lack of ICE training. True, let me see. People be like Christian but are actually horrible human beings. Okay, who fucking cares?
The Pentagon is gathering.
Alright, I might watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Considered potentially life-threatening, indicating severe damage to the liver. I also had acute pancreatitis and hyperkalemia, also known as unusually high potassium levels, with mine measuring at 6.3 millimoles per liter, which can be surprisingly dangerous by itself. A toxicology test was performed to rule out me having any harmful substances in my system on both October 28th and November 18th, with me coming back positive for cannabis and benzodiazepines, as I had a prescription for anxiety medication and was smoking marijuana in a futile effort to quell my waning health, but I came up negative for every other substance. Despite what some people have theorized, my health problems were not caused by substance abuse, as I never drink alcohol off camera and have very rarely in the past 15 years used any substances besides marijuana off camera. I think my willingness to be transparent and show myself in inebriated states in my videos has led to people falsely believing I'm actively in a state of addiction, which is understandable, but I do think it's important to clarify this. I also want to say, if I was struggling with addiction, I would have no problem admitting it to my audience and being honest, as I—
Clavicular gets stream sniped and pressed by a group of YNs for using the N-word. I'm not racist, but this is monkey behavior. Skip to 150.
How I still to this day I've traveled a lot.
Bro, cut. You ain't got nothing.
Yeah, it's like all bark, no bite. For real.
Chipping out.
Nah, he's good. He's good. Yeah, he's good. I'm ready. I'm ready to throw. All bark, no bite. Huh? No.
Go ahead, y'all. Please.
Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Dodo, Donatillers, that reminds me, if there's only been like 150k ICE arrests so far, but they've been saying Biden let in 30 million illegals, so how can Republicans be satisfied? That level of progress, well, they're just fucking retarded, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Gee, Donatillers, regarding the whole Muslims, women can get divorced thing, it was a Muslim who told me they're Zanbakverding to the religion. I don't know what that is. Sure, there will still be shitty Muslim men, though. Also, did you know Islam allows contraception as long as married? See, for fun. Okay, thanks for the donation, G.
Field being truthful is one of the first steps to recovery. After discovering my laundry list of ailments, the hospital I was at decided I needed to get to an intensive care unit since I was near death. They didn't have one in their facility, so they began looking to transfer me to one nearby, but unfortunately, all of the ICUs in Plano, Fort Worth, and Dallas were full, resulting in me waiting in a state of purgatory until around midnight when an ambulance transferred me 2 hours away to a hospital in Dallas, Texas. Upon arrival, I learned that they still had no room for me, so I had to stay overnight in the hallway of the emergency room, completely disoriented.
Yes, again, American healthcare, best in the world.
Vomiting, unable to hear, and struggling to breathe. It was at this hospital the doctors learned of my trip to Culiacan, Mexico, and after seeing me—
Say go to Donatillers, dude, with the absolute fuck. You scam me for my sit is I actually have a job and give you money, not cool. 16 now. What the fuck? React to this anti-Semitic to call out. We're vegan. Call this out. Yeah, I already know about that. I don't. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Cough up blood, theorized I may have tuberculosis. My lungs also had lesions as well as fluid in them, which the doctor described as cavitary pneumonia, which is a severe lung infection where tissue dies and
Is there a reason you people are giving me like the most stupid, retarded, brain dead, pointless fucking links that aren't worth watching tonight?
liquefies, forming gas-filled cavities, often seen on imaging as thick-walled pockets within the lung. Apparently, it was visible on the left side of my x-ray, although my untrained eye can barely tell. On the morning of November...
Well, according to Dr. Avi, yes, American healthcare system is the best in the world. He claims the quality of the healthcare is because of the absurd insurance system and it being expensive.
Yeah, that's why he went to the hospital 3 times and they literally did nothing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
November 19th, I got into the ICU and started getting proper treatment. Because they thought I may have tuberculosis, they placed me in a negative pressure room designed to stop the spread of my possible infection. In order to rule out me possibly having tuberculosis, they had to test me 3 separate times, and that process involved sticking a tube in my nose, down my throat, and directly getting a sample from my lungs, which was a terrible experience, to say the least. Just look at this video.
Here we go,
Jeez, does everything have to be just so gross?
I found out some truly horrible news. After performing an echocardiogram on me, doctors discovered my ejection fraction, which is the percentage of blood pumping out of your heart's main pumping chamber, was only 15 to 20%, meaning that I was suffering from acute systolic heart failure. At this point in my hospitalization, I am absolutely panicking about the medical bills I would be accruing the longer I stay. I didn't have health insurance.
So are you saying Dr. Avi is wrong?
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And including my urgent care visits, ambulance rides, and now this indefinite stay in the ICU, I knew I would be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills. So in my desperation, I repeatedly pled with the doctors to let me leave the hospital and go home, and they kept responding that if I left the hospital, I would die. I even whipped out my phone to catch one of these moments on camera.
Why are you saying if I leave, I'm going to die?
We did the echocardiogram of your heart, and it's very poor function, okay? So we need to figure out why it's functioning so poorly. So there are a lot of things that need treatment, and if you go home and not do anything about it, then the outcome will not be very good. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know how else to tell you this.
After this moment, I remember thinking, holy shit, I can't leave the ICU even if I wanted, and I was really panicking about not having the money to pay for my treatment. I remember a doctor coming into the room and telling me if I wouldn't have came into the hospital when I did, I would have most likely died.
Your heart was in bad shape, your liver, your kidneys, your breathing, and your blood pressure was super low. It was just constantly like, if you wouldn't have came in, it would have got so low where you probably would have lost the blood pressure and died.
I had 3 different IVs in my arms the entire time I was in there and was getting my blood drawn for tests every few hours. Each day they stayed in there, they began to hurt more and more. They kept having to switch the locations because they would clog up and not let anything go in or out of them. Besides IV medication, I was also on a long list of oral medication, so many that I really couldn't keep track of it. As the hours dragged on, my condition was not improving. It was getting more and more difficult to breathe, and on November 21st, I tweeted out, "In the ICU, my heart is failing, my lungs are failing, my liver and kidneys are failing. Things are not looking good, my friends. I love you guys." I remember it feeling like I was drowning during this time, unable to breathe. None of my ailments were improving, and it was so hard to sleep in the ICU. They were always poking you with needles, there was constant noise throughout the night, and it seemed like my IV machines were always having some kind of problem. You could hear patients screaming, and sometimes even family members of the deceased crying out. I sincerely felt like I was never going to get out of that place, and that I would most likely die in there. So after talking with my family, we came to the conclusion that because I had no health insurance, these medical bills were going to be nearly impossible for me to pay.
Why doesn't he have health insurance?
even if I spent every dollar I had. On top of that, it was clear I was not going to be returning to work anytime soon, and in the situation that I died, God forbid, I would need to provide my wife some financial aid in taking care.
Cram salesman donators. Hey, I thought you might want to react to these if you have nothing to react to today.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel. I'm Dr. Lena Malik, urologist and
maybe. I'm not watching a TEDx video. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Care of our baby. So I made a GoFundMe along with this video telling people about my situation and asking for help. In this video, you can see I have a puppy pad behind and under me, and I'll tell you why. I was so sick with my organs failing, I wasn't really able to get up or control my bowels, and on top of that, I was vomiting profusely. So I was intermittently pissing, shitting, and vomiting on myself like a caged animal. I was literally wearing diapers and being changed by a nurse. It was so brutal, but thankfully, one product genuinely helped, and that brings me to the sponsor of today's video, Dude Wipes. New year, new cheeks. Your butt nationwide. Thank you, Dude Wipes. Anyway, so I made this GoFundMe, and to my absolute shock, the video immediately exploded. The community rallied behind me, and it ended up trending on Twitter and getting tens of millions of views across all platforms, which was by far the most love and attention I've ever received in my 6-year career as a content creator. My goal was to raise $75,000 to help with the medical bills and expenses, and it reached that goal in just hours, which was truly unbelievable to me, and I can't thank you guys enough. Over 10,000 hardworking everyday people came forward to show me financial support, and I sincerely cannot thank them enough. I also want to thank all the creators that helped me spread the GoFundMe and those that donated, such as Mr. Beast, Europa.com, Isaiah Nichols, Jadon Adams, Sam Hyde, Tommy G, Mams Taylor, and many, many more. Even if you prayed for me, I want to express my deepest thanks for caring, as I believe the power of prayer genuinely contributed to saving my life. Unfortunately, aside from the success of the GoFundMe, there really wasn't any good medical news for a few days. But eventually, I got an official diagnosis and my body began responding to the medicine. That diagnosis from the doctor was that I had sepsis pneumonia, which in my case was a bacterial infection that got into my lungs and eventually my blood, causing my liver and kidneys to fail.
Depressed and repressed donated $3. Okay. Like, don't even bother sending me some of this stupid shit, dude.
Responsible. They always say the Jews because they think, oh, they're the puppet masters. There's anti-Semitic tropes, etc. Right? And it's obvious that they control us. And now Trump is out here like a puppet. Yes, I said puppet, and you could suck it.
By the way, puppet master is word for word what the Nazis used to say about Jewish financiers. Okay?
Puppets for Israel. Puppet regimes, Israeli puppet.
An extremely offensive anti-Semitic post on Facebook. This is deeply, deeply anti-Semitic.
They control us. They control our government. Israel controls our government.
So get a load of...
Yeah, this is what happens when you watch TikTok too much. Thanks for the donation, Depressed and Repressed. Cram, Salesman, Donatillers, here's some others. This is stupid shit, I'm just not watching it.
Do you know your body fat percent?
I've already watched that one.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to...
Yeah, I'm gonna watch 20 minutes of that. Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Along with permanently damaging my lungs. And that was coupled with Coxsackie virus type B, which more commonly causes hand, foot, and mouth disease, but in my rare situation, it caused me to go into heart failure. Eventually, the tuberculosis results came back, and I was deemed negative for TB, which was fantastic news. After several days, the blood tests began to show my liver, kidney, and pancreas were improving and seemingly on their way to returning to normal. Despite this, the doctors told me that I could not be released from the ICU until my heart showed some kind of improvement, which so far it had not. Also, I was still vomiting and in terrible stomach pain. I honestly feel bad for the patients in rooms near me that had to hear my screams of agony. So at this point, I clearly didn't feel that good, but my condition had stabilized and I was just playing a waiting game. Eventually, one of my echocardiograms came back with good news thanks to the medicine I was on. It showed my heart's ejection fraction had increased from 15 to 20% all the
Cram salesman, don't I tell her, why the fuck are you insulting me? You don't have to watch it. You insult your donos. Yeah, I do that. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Way up to 35 to 40%, which is still in the heart failure range, but good enough of an improvement for me to be moved out of the ICU, into the PCU, and eventually released from the hospital. I remember my first day home from the hospital, I was so incredibly weak and disoriented, I could barely walk or move my arms. To document my recovery, I began trying to film a video journal of sorts.
I don't know how I look, but I'll tell you, I've never felt this weak in my entire life. How does my body look, Mom?
Thin.
I feel like I can barely lift my arms. And, I guess when your heart isn't beating, you're so incredibly weak. It feels like...
Yeah.
Crazy. I just wanted to record this.
Hey, that's a cat.
Have a video diary of my first day back home. I feel really weird. I don't know if you can see my pupils. I almost feel like I'm hallucinating, but yeah, really thankful to be alive. How do you feel, Mom?
Oh, another cat.
I'm very thankful that you're here, buddy. Very thankful.
Got a beautiful daughter.
And I know you can get better.
I feel really weird.
That's okay. All right. All right.
You probably feel awkward recording this. I'll stop.
Let me just stop. All right.
I had grown.
I injected steroids this morning, and then I drank 2 energy drinks, and I felt so fucking high after that. Weirdly high.
I'm so weak, I couldn't even...
Lol, get rage baited, stupid fucking nigger. That was me sending you useless dumb stupid links to watch. Retarded ass nigger, I just sent you completely random videos. I didn't even spend 1 minute to see if they were good, and you said you'd watch one of them.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Pick up a pillow or unscrew a water bottle. My arms and hands were super bruised, but the good news is that I stopped wearing diapers at this time. The bad part about that was walking to the bathroom felt like I was running a mile and would leave.
I definitely wouldn't want to pee in a diaper, but pooping in a diaper seems especially frustrating. Definitely wouldn't want to be pooping in a diaper. Just be weird. Imagine pooping and then having the poop still around your bum. That'd suck.
Me completely exhausted. Since my heart was still failing, my vision was blurred almost like I had double vision. I was dizzy throughout the day, and doing any household task was exhausting and disorienting. All I could really do was eat and sleep, but every time I would sleep, I would wake up freezing cold, covered in sweat like I had gotten in the shower.
So this is my sweatshirt after one of my night tears. Just totally drenched in sweat. Drenched. It's like the deepest feeling of fear and terror.
It has been by far the worst night sweats and tears I've ever experienced. With less medication and no nurses on call 24/7 to make sure I wasn't dying, I began to feel like things were getting worse and worse each day I was out of the hospital. Every day was filled with anxiety, paranoia, heart palpitations, exhaustion, and night terrors.
Just woke up another night back home. Feels so horrible. I just cannot do anything without being exhausted, and every time I sleep, I'm just covered in sweat and freaking out. I don't know if you can see the sweat.
Talking to my family the days following my release from the hospital, we realized I had lost a significant portion of my memory, and some of my update videos were completely incoherent. So we decided while I focus on recovery, it was best that I stopped doing the video journal thing and actually stop using my phone altogether, with this recording being the last thing I recorded until now.
I'm gonna check my weight right now, you guys, because last time I checked it, I was 145 pounds, and I think I've gained some weight in the past week or two. Let's look at this here. 147.8.
6'3", 147 pounds is the
Yeah, that
lowest
is
I've
skinny
weighed
as
since I was
shit.
14 years old, so I began focusing on trying to eat more. My cardiologist recommended that I go on walks to help strengthen my heart. At first, I could barely walk to the end of my driveway or lift my arms above my head, but day by day, I became able to walk down the street, brush my teeth by myself, eventually walk around the block, pick up a pillow, and now I'm at the point where I can walk for an extended period of time and do everyday tasks with my arms. I remember how bad it felt. For weeks after I got released from the hospital, I would try to pick up my daughter and would be...
You know, it's funny how, you know, like, I sneezed once after I fell on my rollerblades, and, like, my rib popped back into place, and then, like, people were making videos. Oh, look what the vegan diet does to you. Sneezing nearly kills you. And then here's this fucking jackass who nearly fucking died. And, like, oh... couldn't have anything to do with his diet or anything like that. You know, meat good for you. His fucking brother dies of a heart attack at 34 and shit. Nobody says shit. Fucking retarded.
physically unable to, and I'm pleased to say that I'm now able to pick her up and carry her for multiple minutes. I am recovering little by little, day by day. My liver, kidney, and pancreas are all fully recovered back to 100%. I'm no longer vomiting regularly for the first time since July of 2025, and I have gained 15 pounds since my release from the hospital. The not so good news is that my lungs have permanent damage to them, and according to my most recent echocardiogram, I am still in heart failure, leaving me feeling pretty bad most days. The doctors say I will need to take 3 different heart medications for the rest of my life: spironolactone, losartan, and metoprolol. I was hoping to give an update that my heart had totally healed, but the unfortunate reality is that I very well may be dealing with heart problems for the rest of my life. A lot of the problems that come with heart failure, like dizziness, exhaustion, numbness in my extremities, and blurry vision, make it pretty difficult for me to edit my videos, use social media, and do my job, but hopefully in time these symptoms will go away. The recovery process has had many ups and downs. With just a few weeks ago, after planning a birthday party for my 1-year-old daughter, I woke up with extra blurred vision and a terrible migraine. I got up and began helping set up the birthday decorations, and not long after, I became so dizzy I vomited and was stuck in between the bed and bathroom the entire day, totally missing out on the celebrations. Then, on New Year's Eve, I had such a vicious migraine, I was pretty much unable to leave my bed the entire day. I truly feel like I've aged 10 years in the past 3 months. I'm even getting white hairs in my beard if you look closely. You don't realize how much you take for granted in life until it's all taken from you. For months of this year, I was incredibly depressed, even asking for death at times.
I have a feeling that if he just took steroids, he'd be all better. Gee, donators, can you watch this? Let me see.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer, and welcome to the break.
No. Thanks for the donation, G.
And when God gave me what I asked for, all I wanted was a second chance at life. And that second chance is why I feel like I am truly blessed. You know, when I think about my brother Kyle, I feel so sad that he never got a second chance to live. He didn't get the privilege of having heart failure, almost dying, and making a miraculous recovery. He just had a heart attack and was gone forever. I got to see how much the world loved me and get a taste of what it would be like to lose everything. So I don't look at this whole situation and feel sorry for myself. I view it as one of the best things that could have happened to me. A chance to give me some much needed perspective and have another opportunity to live my life to the
Imagine if he dies like a week from now after making this fucking video. I'm gonna see this as a positive thing. I'm gonna live the rest of my life with this positive mindset. Dead a week later.
It is a blessing to be on this earth. This whole situation has deepened my belief in God and Jesus Christ, and it has made me so incredibly grateful for all the amazing people I've got to meet along.
Yeah, because Jesus would do this to you. Oh my fucking god. So fucking retarded. It's funny how, like, no matter what happens, oh, it's all part of God's plan, right? Like, if this guy died, because he got, like, thrown out of the hospital 3 times and he just died in his sleep. Oh, what then, right? Like, he wouldn't have shit to say, he'd be fucking dead, and his family would be like, oh, heaven got a new angel. It was all part of God's plan. He's with Jesus now. Like, okay. Well, why are you having a funeral? Shouldn't you be throwing a fucking party? Well, your son's in, like, this everlasting, infinite paradise. What are you fucking upset for? Like, it's just a cope. None of them believe in any of this fucking shit. So fucking stupid.
On this journey. So, what's next for me? Well, I'm not medically cleared to travel, and I still need to focus on my health, so I won't be filming any of my regular content anytime soon. But thankfully, I have a lot of pre-filmed videos on my hard drive ready to be edited, so I'm going to be staying home for the foreseeable future, editing videos I have filmed over the past 4 years, content from Japan all the way to Amsterdam, collaborations with JonTron, Wendigoon, Meat Canyon, and Babytron, to name a few. As y'all will see in the months to come, in many of these videos, I am partying, being wild, and generally just not taking care of my health, and it's important to note these videos were filmed prior to 2026. Until I say otherwise, I am not going to be on the road. I am just going to be at home taking care of my health and editing previously unreleased content. If you want to see what could potentially be the craziest video I have ever filmed, and you know I do not say that lightly, one that I have been sitting on for a very long time, it is available now exclusively on my Patreon. It's a video where I document car thieves breaking into vehicles, stealing them, and going on joyrides. In this episode, I document them.
Too bad he didn't, like, kill all these people on the side of the road after they're done filming. Bunch of fucking degenerate scumbags.
Stealing multiple cars, going on a high-speed chase from the police, crashing cars, and we even get shot up while I'm sitting in the front seat of a car, ultimately cutting the engine block off and making us dash from that vehicle into another one and go on an escape. It's the video I talked about earlier in this episode that was so intense it caused me a bunch of anxiety, insomnia, also probably dredged up some feelings from the Chicago shooting or the DC shooting or the O Block shooting. And yeah, it's intense. So if you want to watch it and you want to support me, it would really mean a lot if you go on over to my Patreon. Anyone who unsubscribed, resubscribes, I'm going to be consistent on there. I'm going to be posting stuff.
I'm still.
Well, yeah. It's a little dumb.
How are protesters in Minneapolis organizing so fast in response to immigrations and customs enforcement raids? Why are they suddenly using whistles and secure communications? Well, I found a document on the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America's website that is a training document for anti-immigrations and customs enforcement protesters. You can find the PowerPoint presentation and all the supporting documentation at ryanfett.substack.com, as well as a link to this particular church website. Now, what's interesting is that the first thing I think of when I wake up in the morning, and the last thing I think of before I go to sleep, is how to defeat the People's Liberation Army when they attack Taiwan 2027, 2028. And so I have learned a heck of a lot about the People's Liberation Army in the past few years, including reading Mao Zedong's book on guerrilla warfare, which
$292. Yes. Thanks for the donation, too.
describe 3 phases to guerrilla warfare. And by the way, you can find that at ryanbeth.substack.com for free. In On Guerrilla Warfare, Mao Zedong writes that there are 3 phases to guerrilla warfare. Phase 1 is organization, consolidation, and preservation. Phase 2 is progressive expansion. Phase 3 is decision or destruction of the enemy. And looking at the protests in Minneapolis, strictly from an intelligence analyst perspective, in some ways, I am seeing behaviors that are reminiscent of the nascent insurgency in Iraq in 2003, at least based on organizations, secure communications, roles and positions within cells, and organizations supporting the protests. Protests need funding in order to continue and to grow large and turn into a movement, not dissimilar to the way Iran helped fund Shia militia organizations back in Iraq in the 2000s. Now, this doesn't mean that the U.S. is about to see an insurgency, but all of the pieces are there. And this may be a clue to the current administration that perhaps their current tactics are feeding this insurgency mindset. When this happens, you may want to recalibrate. So let's go over this document from the church. To start, this document was generated by 2 organizations, States at the Core and Protect Rogers Park, or Protect RP. States at the Core describes himself as a partner that fills in resource gaps for community leaders and organizers across the country who are facing everything from white nationalist rallies to school board takeovers to political violence. States at the Core is sponsored by the Hopewell Fund, which is a charity that helps Social entrepreneurs and other change makers quickly launch new and innovative social change projects. They have a revenue of $208 million. That is a big war chest. The other organization is Protect Rogers Park, which is a
Richard Carlisle Burgess. You have an interesting full name.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
grassroots community organization formed to protect vulnerable neighbors. They do not appear to have any external funding. So it sounds like Protect RP provided the expertise.
Garage truck, no tellers. Mind if I dump here? Feel like I'm gonna have to take a nap. You people are just far too irritating.
Gold, lapis, diamond, emerald!
Yeah, that wasn't funny. Thank you. Thanks for the donation, garbage truck.
For this document, and maybe states at the core, provides the funding for the organization that puts out this document. So now let's talk about the actual document. The first funny thing I thought was, in the Army, you have to sit through a lot of PowerPoint presentations, and I guess if you're a protester, you're no different. This PowerPoint presentation is 35 pages long, and it starts with the learning objectives, which are the administration seeking to generate cruel and chaotic imagery, normalize militarization, large shows of armed force, targeting anyone in the area, combined with aggressive surveillance, arrest, and persecution of nonviolent protesters. The next slide brings us into perspective and maybe where the current administration message has been lost in its execution. This isn't about our immigrant neighbors. Immigration is a testing ground for how civil rights will be comprehensively undermined for all. So if you're wondering why some people view immigrations and customs enforcement actions as lawful actions and others view it as a threat to democracy, this is kind of the key difference here. And there's a big chasm between these two viewpoints. Both sides view this as a zero-sum game with no political accommodation. When two sides are talking about the same thing, but one views it as a law enforcement action and the other views it as an existential threat to liberty, that is a recipe for violence. The next slide talks about the purpose of ICE Watch. They state it is a tactic to document the enforcement action. It's not about interference or violence. Now, whether Immigration and Customs Enforcement perceives the actions of protesters as non-interference is up for debate. And the definition of interference is also up for debate. If you are warning people that ICE agents are approaching by blowing a whistle, I can see how ICE might interpret that as interference, even if you are not physically blocking an agent from performing their duties. Now, the goals here, the stated goals, are to document, support, and de-escalate or diminish violence. The next page is pretty interesting. This is what's called a salute report, or size, activity, location, uniform, time of observation, and equipment. This is something the military teaches. Every soldier or Marine knows what a salute report is. And when you're getting to this point, it shows a level of organization that is beyond the average protester just kind of showed up. So this is a style for reporting where ICE agents are, what they are doing, and how to get there, right? In fact, there is even websites where you can report an Immigration and Customs Enforcement license plate. You can look that up here. That's on ryanbeth.substack.com, both the reporting site and the view site. This shows an elevated level of financing and technical support. I would actually not be surprised if on the back end there's a program running to map locations, because that's what I would do if I were an insurgent. Now you get the locations of where officers are during the day, where they're likely to go next based on previous locations, and where they're sleeping at night. This is what an insurgency does. They establish a pattern of life for host nation security forces before escalating action. Let me make it perfectly clear here that Immigration and Customs Enforcement are not ready for that smoke. I guarantee you they are not sleeping at night in defended compounds or have people pulling security on sleeping officers. All you need is one guy who wants to be Reddit famous to cause a tragedy among the host nation security forces. The next 2 pages are what I would call a target package, how many agents typically gather on the scene and what they wear. There's also a separate page that shows the difference between federal officers and local police. This particular graphic appears to be for Chicago, so it may not have yet been updated for Minnesota. However, the most interesting thing on this slide is they're lumping the National Guard in with federal officers. And I'll tell you, the National Guard are not the bad guys. They are neighbors helping neighbors. And this is how National Guardsmen get targeted, as we have seen before. The next slide is a targeting package on vehicles, although this is Chicago. These are pretty standard fleet vehicles with the exception of the Subaru Outback, which might just be on there because it fits the criteria of being all-wheel drive, although some of these vehicles may be rentals. So if you're an agent who's told to go out and rent cars, you may be instructed, hey, get something that's all-wheel drive, whether it is a Chevy Suburban or a Subaru Outback. Next, you have instructions on what to do after the salute report. That is to send the information to the group and call the Immigrant Rights Hotline. Next, we have task organization. Each cell has a recorder, a supporter, and a monitor. The recorder records the raid. The supporter shouts the Know Your Rights info, and the third person monitors as a safety. If you are recording...
Cam, donate $2. That is a very big cat. He may even be bigger than Gummy. Gummy's pretty big. Wow. Wow. I think that cat made a miscalculation. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Recording, you tend to get tunnel vision. So that support person is there to just kind of keep an eye on the whole scene and look out for you, can maybe kind of pull you away if things are getting dangerous. So the supporter kind of has an interesting job. The Know Your Rights card is this information card, and you can order these online. They're often called red cards. You can get them in multiple languages. I have a copy of the red card at ryanbeth.substack.com. They basically say don't open the door, don't answer questions, don't sign anything, and give the card to the agent. The next part is literally what we would call command and signal. If Immigration and Customs Enforcement is nearby, you blow into a whistle with 3 quick breaths. Tweet, tweet, tweet. If ICE is detaining somebody, you blow 3 long breaths. Tweet, tweet, tweet. And the instructions here are to form a crowd and stay loud. Form a crowd and stay loud. The interesting thing is that whistles allow people to follow the sound to ICE convoys. This creates a very large crowd. The other interesting and frankly scary thing is this. If officers are issuing commands to the crowd, it may not be audible over the sound of the whistles. The next page is interesting because it tells you what you should and should not bring. One of those things is do not bring weapons. I also find it interesting they say do not bring drugs or alcohol, but that's sensible because if you get arrested for whatever reason, it could be an additional charge. The next slide mentions that documenting Immigration and Customs Enforcement activity is legal and protected, which it is. But a few pages down, we get how to turn off the biometric unlocking on your phone. Face ID is a great thing, very convenient. But there is a non-zero chance that a federal officer could take your phone, unlock it, and delete something. Wouldn't be legal, but that's a later problem that's going to be resolved 5 years down the road after you've spent thousands of dollars in court costs. Another slide talks about documenting from your vehicle, and the instructions here are if you are approached by agents to do the following. Lock your doors and roll the windows up. Once you're safely parked, put your hands up and away from the steering wheel or gear shifter and say loudly and clearly, I am on a public road. I have a legal right to use this public road. I am not preventing you from using this public road. I am not impeding your movements on this public road. The interesting thing here is this sounds really close to what sovereign citizens like to say.
The reason I'm stopping is you got no plate on your truck here.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Why not?
I'm traveling.
You're traveling?
For my foreign viewers, sovereign citizens are like these anti-government extremists who believe they don't need to register vehicles. They believe in some other stuff too, but you often hear them at traffic stops saying, I am not driving, I am traveling. Now, one thing to remember is that the police, like municipal police, highway patrol, they know how to deal with sovereign citizens. But Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they're not police. They're entering urban policing situations that they might not necessarily have been trained for, and that's going to result in suboptimal outcomes. And the advice to roll up your windows and say the magic words, I am not on a public road, this is the kind of advice that can get someone killed. And this has kind of been the problem with protesters and Immigration and Customs Enforcement interactions. If you have an officer approaching your vehicle, odds are he's going to start giving commands. You got whistles blowing, you got your passenger chanting, I am on a public road, and now is the point where this isn't a game anymore. Most people have never committed or even seen an act of violence except on TV. Most people have never been arrested or detained either. This makes...
The CPC convention is underway where delegates will vote whether or not to retain Poilievre as leader. I hope he loses, but he is expected to win. Do you think he can beat Carney in the next election?
Oh god, I hope so. I fucking hate Carney and the liberals. I don't know why you don't like Poilievre. I mean, I don't know of a better leader. Thanks for the donation, ST.
The feeling or the knowledge that you're about to get arrested and your whole life is going to change, this makes being the subject of violence very, very unfamiliar. And that's when people start to panic. And when you panic, you do irrational things, because in that moment, fight or flight kicks in. And that's when you might start resisting, even if you don't think you're resisting. While doing research for this video, I read a lot about nonviolent movements during the 1960s, like the Freedom Riders who protested racial segregation in the American South. You can actually read those training manuals at RyanMcBeth.substack.com. They are fascinating piece of history. I never even knew these training manuals existed. In fact, one of them talks about the nonviolent response to personal violence, where they say, make no abrupt gestures, move slowly. When practical, tell your opponent what you are going to do before you do it. Don't say anything threatening, critical, or hostile. That is from the Handbook for Nonviolent Action, which you can find at RyanMcBeth.substack.com. So basically, during the 1960s and the fight against segregation, people expected to be the victims of violence, and they expected to be arrested. Today, people don't really expect that. So odds are the person being approached is scared, because now this has just gotten really real. And meanwhile, they can't hear the commands of the officer because there's whistles and chanting going on. This is a recipe for freaking disaster. And it's how someone gets their windows broken and pulled out of a car hair first. And again, they might be in the right 5 years from now, but I'm worried about right now. Then there are some de-escalation steps, which are act, remain calm, maintain distance, and walk away when necessary. Communicate, think about your language, tone, and volume. Set clear boundaries. Monitor, observe what's going on around you, respect personal space. It also suggests to stay 10 feet away from Immigration and Customs Enforcement with no aggressive verbal or physical behavior, and says that ICE Watch is not a tactic for interfering with ICE activity. Now, whether or not the agent thinks you're interfering, again, that's something they could perceive, but this document suggests not to intervene, stay 10 feet away. The final pages are all additional resources. So let me be very clear about what I am and I am not saying here. This does not mean that Minneapolis is about to erupt into an insurgency. This does not mean that the protesters are terrorists. And this does not mean that Immigration and Customs Enforcement is acting illegally by default. But what it does mean is that when you start seeing organization, tasking, communications discipline, reporting structures, you are no longer looking at spontaneous protest behavior. You are looking at people who are engaged in what they believe is an existential conflict, not a political disagreement, and that matters. Because when one side views something as law enforcement action, the other side views it as an existential fight for survival, you've crossed into the danger zone where miscalculation gets people hurt. History has shown us over and over again that when governments lean harder into force without addressing legitimacy concerns, they don't suppress unrest, they make more of it. They train it, right? You take out one insurgent, 3 more appear. If you want to support the channel or read the documents, head on over to ryanbeth.substack.com. It's free, but
Okay, so we know they're literally told not to do violent action or interfere.
To take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence.
This latest shooting that is dividing everybody, the shooting of Alex Priddy, and we've all seen the different video angles. It seems to me, given that he was disarmed before they shot him, given the fact that there were multiple agents restraining him, pushing him towards the ground, it seems to me like an unjustified shooting that could potentially be considered prosecuted for either murder or manslaughter at some point. But where are you at on this shooting?
Right. So, like essentially there are good shoots and bad shoots in terms of legality, but there's like shootings like this that exist in maybe like a moral gray area because we know with the benefit of hindsight that they got the firearm away from him. Now there's a lot of speculation.
Naked lady boobs, free pictures porn. Yeah, that is pretty good.
That the firearm that the guy had, Alex Priddy, is one of these defective firearms that will like often improperly discharge. And I've seen video that makes the case that
Oh, this is so bad. This guy's a fucking idiot. So he's trying to suggest that Alex Priddy was shot because it's ultimately his fault for carrying a defective firearm. So he's saying Alex Priddy was apprehended, the guy took the gun, he accidentally discharged the gun, or the gun went off on its own. Then that triggered the officer to shoot him. There's a few problems with this theory. One, the guy shot him before the other dude took the gun, and like fired the first shot, so he's got the sequence out of order. Two, it wasn't just one ICE officer that shot him. The one officer shot him. The other officer saw that he was shooting at him, so he just decided to shoot because, you know, why not commit murder with a buddy of yours? If they knew how to properly use their firearms, and were properly trained, even if supposing the guy heard a gunshot, guess what? Alex Priddy wasn't the one who shot. So how does that justify murdering him? It's just so ridiculous. The P320, by the way, like, this guy doesn't know anything about what actually causes the gun to misfire. It seems to be related to having some kind of object interfere with the sear. And what ends up happening is the trigger can go off with a very minimal amount of force, like less than a pound. Whereas the gun would normally have a 4 or 5 pound trigger pull. So this doesn't make any fucking sense. And again, you wouldn't have that discharge if the guy didn't have his finger on the trigger. So, like, it's just stupid. Trank Fafano, donate 222. Mike's cycle history is interesting. Most he's ever ran was 2 grams of total anabolics per contest. Do you ever sell, like, asking those kinds of questions are fucking stupid. Big myth. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude. Like, Mike's just a lying retard. He may not be remotely honest about what he's talking about. The guy's just a fucking liar and a fraud, so who gives a shit what he does. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That has happened. It's not confirmed as far as I know, but if you have officers yelling gun, 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 then you get the gun removed, and not every officer knows that. Hopefully in that situation, people start shouting clear so that they know that the gun is gone, but then you hear a gunshot seconds later, and then people respond to that gunshot. You're in a situation where somebody who died.
Yeah, so the guy just shot Alex Preddy. It had nothing to do with some gun firing.
It shouldn't have died, obviously, and it's a tragedy, but it's not a crime. It's not a murder. It's not a manslaughter, because they're responding to circumstances in that moment, and legally, this is how we judge those standards. That being said, it is tragic. Like, I wish this guy would not have gotten shot in this scenario. It's just that's what it looks like happened as of right now.
All right, Steven, your perspective on this.
Yeah, so I mean, unless there's more circumstances that I'm not aware of, I just don't see any reason why the officers would have interpreted him as being a threat. We've heard a lot of crazy things from this administration, from Kristi Noem, from the guy who just got fired, but I want to say Bongino, but it's not him. Bovino?
Yeah, Greg
the guy
Bovino.
who was the commander, the commander of the at-large forces for ICE, and then Trump himself has, been posting on Truth and everything that this guy was attacking officers and was brandishing his weapon and acting in a threatening manner, and I just don't see that anywhere. I don't see how this cop could have ever thought that this person was a threat. There's a lot of questionable stuff leading up to the altercation, to where he's, pushing this guy, pepper spraying him. I really just don't see any justification. There's some things you can kind of be on the wall with, but for this particular shoot, I don't see how it was an ethical or a legal shoot when one considers the totality of the circumstances. I don't think that officer should have ever felt like his life was in danger.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, Sean, legally speaking, is whether the officer would have a reasonable fear of their life being in or bodily safety being in imminent danger. And if they do, then that's where you get a legally justified shooting. But if they don't, not to say they weren't scared, they could fear for their life, but that fear might not be reasonable to an average person. And when you have a situation where this guy is basically like face down towards the ground, his back is up, there is a gun involved, and you mentioned that it may have discharged. Of course, we don't know that for sure. That's being investigated, and I guess my question is, how much does that even change, though? Because well-trained officers hear a gun discharge and just immediately
the sequence is the opposite of what he's claiming. So the guy had a negligent discharge because he got spooked by the guy shooting Alex Preddy. The guy shooting Alex Preddy didn't spook the officer who took Alex Preddy's gun. It's the opposite. Like there's fucking clear as day video footage where you can see all of this. Like, the fuck? The video footage is out there. You literally saw it with your eyes. Like, if you can't determine this, how the fuck does this guy do, like, any political commentary? It's fucking retarded.
Unload 10 bullets on the person in front of them who isn't holding or touching a gun. That doesn't sound right to me, Sean. Not that I'm, trained as an LEO.
Well, sure, because you're skipping a few steps. So first of all, prior to them removing the firearm from him, it was identified. They're all shouting gun, gun, gun. So everyone in that space knows that this suspect has a gun at that moment. Then they get the firearm away. We don't know if...
So, first of all, they can see him, right? They have eyes that are on their head that work. So, they can see his hands. They can see other officers restraining him. Like, it's just so fucking, like... Yeah, just bootlicker. Come up with any excuse you can for them. Top Gooner 9222. Never saw this before, as I'm somewhat recent sub. Came from Destiny Lol. Is this worth the worth, or just disingenuous RedTube slop?
My name is Richard.
That's fine. Thanks for that donation, Top Gooner.
all of the officers know that that firearm has been removed, then you hear the discharge of a weapon. So it's like, oh, everybody identified that this guy had a gun, whether they saw it or not.
So again, everything's in reversed. He's a fucking retard who can't like watch a video and understand what happened. I guess that's why he's one of those retarded kids who doesn't think SpongeBob is funny, because he's too stupid to understand any of the jokes. Why is Patrick saying he's hungry when he's got a big stomach and he just ate? I don't get it. That's not funny. Patrick's stupid. Like, this is the fucking guy who, like, can't fucking see a video and see what he's explaining did not fucking happen. You dumb fuck. Holy shit.
They understand that that's what's being called out to the other officers. Then you hear a discharge of a firearm and they react to that discharge. So it's not like a gunshot from across the street that had nothing to do with anything while they were first approaching this guy. This is mid-altercation, mid-resisting arrest that this happens, which is why, again, I consider this an unfortunate shooting, but not a criminal shooting.
Right. I don't know if you...
So this is why you don't listen to fucktards who don't know anything about fucking guns or police training. The only way his fucking scenario of events makes any sense, and that's assuming he's got the timeline correct, where the guy who shot Alex Preddy was spooked by the other officer who took his gun and accidentally discharged. When you hold a gun like this with your index finger on the fucking trigger guard, well, guess what can happen? If you get startled, well, your finger will slip, you'll press the trigger, and the gun will fire. It's really easy, and especially since your finger's traveling a pretty significant distance, really easy to get the gun to accidentally discharge. So the fucking idiot who shot Alex Preddy, the only way this makes sense is if he either had the finger on the trigger or he's an idiot and he doesn't know where to put his fucking index finger, and he went, oh, and then shot. By the way, again, this doesn't make any fucking sense because he shot multiple fucking times. So if the only reason this guy shot was because of an accidental discharge, that's what he's fucking suggesting, then you would have just heard one shot and then the guy went, oh fuck, what did I just do? He wouldn't go, oh, whoops, well, I shot once, better finish the magazine, bang, 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 bang. Oh, yeah, there we go, emptied the mag, all right, job done here. Like, that makes no fucking sense. This idiot is saying it's a negligent discharge. If that's the case, again, one, this guy would have had to have been holding his gun wrong. The proper place to put your index finger is above the trigger guard. So what happens is, if you get fucking spooked and a gun goes off, you'll go like this. Your finger misses it, but it's very easy to drop down. Drop your index finger down into the trigger guard if you quickly need to shoot. But if you get spooked, nothing happens. Your finger just misses the fucking trigger. So in order for his fucking scenario to make any fucking sense, one, this guy either would have had to have his finger on the fucking trigger or on the trigger guard, which is not the fucking proper way to draw your gun and hold somebody at gunpoint. And two, he would have had to have accidentally discharged, and for whatever reason, rather than going, oh fuck, I made a mistake, only shooting one shot, because again, this is supposed to be an accident, he went, oops, well, I might as well finish the magazine, bang, 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 bang. How in the fuck does that make any sense? So all of this is fucked. One, he got the scenario of events wrong. The guy who shot Alex Preddy was the one who shot first. Two, he would have only fired one shot if it was a negligent fucking discharge. So everything's wrong. This guy is a fucking retard. He doesn't know fucking he literally cannot watch a video and actually determine what happens or what events happened first. Two, He doesn't know anything about fucking police training, nothing about fucking firearm safety. And 3, the fucking negligent discharge thing doesn't even make any fucking sense because he shot multiple fucking shots. The other officer also started shooting after the guy shot like 3 fucking times. So it's just bullshit. Like, it's... Oh my god, I just... Retard, here we go, let me see.
The FBI executed a search warrant at the Fulton County, Georgia Elections Office yesterday. A spokeswoman for the county confirming to MS Now agents at the Fulton County Election Hub and Operations Center were focused on the 2020 race where Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump and flipped the state. Agents searched for evidence of alleged voter fraud and potential violations of a federal statute that requires officials to maintain.
So they're going after anybody who voted for Joe Biden. Oh my god, they're trying to scare voters. You want to bet he's going to use ICE to fuck with, like, he's going to, like, run for office again, and then he's going to, like, use ICE to destroy the fucking, like, voting machines or something. U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard speaks on the phone while standing inside a vehicle loaded with boxes outside the Fulton County Election Hub Operating Center after the FBI executed search warrant. This is fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
If you make a massive mistake in your perception and somebody is disarmed and still shot because you misunderstand something, I mean, isn't that what manslaughter charges are?
Well, if somebody's disarmed when, though? Like, we're talking within a span of a couple of seconds. Like, he did have the gun on him. That's why the guns were drawn in response. You have all these people yelling out gun, gun, gun. So they think that he has the firearm. And then, again, we don't know right now if it's the case that this gun actually discharged. It looks like it from a video, but it's a slow down, grainy video. I'll give you that. But you have a discharge of a shot, then a slight delay, and then you have the shots coming in after the fact. And you're like, oh, well, he's not facing them at that moment in time. There are plenty of instances where somebody's turned away from you and they're firing. It's obviously
he's not touching the gun. The Wall Street Journal did the frame by frame, and they found at no point was he touching the gun.
He can't be touching the gun there if it's in a Border Patrol agent's possession. So
right. So why are they in reasonable
fear? Why did they ever draw their firearms? I don't think it was because he was reaching for a gun or saw.
It's because they identified.
That's pretty normal. If somebody yells he has a weapon, you want to draw your gun. Not because they even currently have access to it. It's if they start resisting and they gain access to the gun, you want to make sure that you can quickly fire a shot.
A gun on his possession, which is why they were shouting gun, gun, gun. And
sure, again, it can't be the rule that if you have a gun on you, the cops can draw their firearms and execute you. Especially when
that's not what he's saying. He's saying it's just a normal procedure for them to draw their gun as a precaution.
Up to the circumstances, but there is leading up to the circumstances. There's no reason to think that this guy was a threat or that this guy was.
If you have a firearm, you can watch as many traffic stops as you want where somebody identifies that they have a legal gun in the car. There is a great chance that the officer will draw their gun just based on the notification that you have a gun. And that's not even in a situation where somebody's actively resisting arrest and there's a struggle. So, like, they didn't.
That is not normal to have an officer draw their gun when you say that you're a gun owner, you have a gun in the car.
That is
because he had a
possession
of a gun.
That is absolutely
100%.
not true. I've seen so much cop slot videos. They do not just draw their firearm just because you identify that you have one in the car. Now, if you're reaching for a gun, or if officers believe you're reaching for a gun, or if you're scuffling and somebody identifies a firearm,
if they expect the chance of a deadly force threat, then they will. Then not all the time.
Yes, but you telling them that you're a legal gun owner and you have a firearm in the car is not a threat.
Obviously, you can find videos where this doesn't happen,
Stupid.
But they will very likely draw their firearms in.
This is like saying, oh, if a police officer like stops you for a traffic stop and then they have to like walk in front of your vehicle in order to like hand you the ticket, they pull their gun out because you might like suddenly speed up. You could use the car as a weapon and try to run them over. Like, it's just fucking retarded. This guy is just brain dead. Holy shit.
In that scenario, because you want to have it at the ready.
I agree, but you just totally changed your argument. You said expect deadly force. Just merely identifying
No, I didn't say expect deadly force. I said expect them to have their guns out.
That's not what you do. Well, okay. If you want
You
to say
said
that,
that
that's
he was
fine.
executed for
No, you, wait,
having
you
a
just said that
firearm.
they expect deadly force threat. A cop will not draw his weapon simply because you've identified that you have a firearm. This would be
Because
totally
they expect
improper.
a firearm is a deadly force threat.
Yeah, but he's not if you're not brandish. I've been pulled over several times with a firearm in my car or concealed carry. Just because you identified the officer, you have a firearm, doesn't mean that they're going to pull their gun out and aim it at you. They'll probably ask to be the ones to remove it. They'll probably ask to be the ones to handle the firearm, which is fine. But simply having a firearm does not necessitate them brandishing their weapons at you.
Again, but
especially on the
you're
back of
cutting out
them
the
fucking you.
context. You're cutting out the context of this situation. He didn't just have a firearm on him when they first approached him. He had it mid-resisting arrest. That's when this information was revealed, and that's when the guns were drawn.
He didn't pull the firearm at all. The cop was fighting
But
him
that's
on
when
the
this
ground.
information became known to the officers.
Sure, that's fine, but they shouldn't have been tackling him and pushing him onto the ground. There was no reason for.
He intervened in their other encounter with that lady.
But he did not assault.
It doesn't
Hang on, one
matter.
second. Let's Sean, let's just be clear. Everyone's seen the video, and
By the way, when he says intervened when they shoved that lady, that is just so fucking nonsensical. Like the video, like it's just so crazy to me that these people are so comfortable lying about what fucking happened when the video is fucking out. Like it's like they know most people are like stupid or don't care enough to actually watch the original video, so then, or their audience is trusting in them, and then they just figure, yeah, I can mislead a huge amount of people, you know, just for the fun of it.
I understand when you see him, we see a woman pushed to the ground who he may or may have not have been with, and then we see him kind of step in front of and put an arm up in almost like a de-escalation attempt, and then he does touch the officer, but you acknowledge he wasn't like assaulting the officer. That maybe it was a mistake.
I said he was intervening with whatever that encounter was.
He was not intervening. Like again, we've seen the fucking footage,
and does that inherently constitute obstruction if you simply step into a situation?
Like he was literally putting his body in between them to obstruct them. Like if you go see some.
He wasn't arresting her. He threw her. If you wanted to arrest her, then why wouldn't he have turned her around and said, place your hands behind your back? So the officer just walked up and assaulted her. It looked like he was going to continue like beating her or something. The guy, stood in front of the officer, tried to de-escalate, and then the officer just pulled out fucking pepper spray and sprayed them both. For what fucking like, it's like...
somebody get arrested on the street, like go put your body between that person.
I mean, I agree that's a mistake.
She wasn't getting arrested. Like, holy fuck.
I agree that's a mistake.
Hold on, wait. To be clear, the lady was not being arrested. We have no evidence of that whatsoever. The cop is just shoving people over. It just seems like the cop is just
It does
attacking
look
people.
bad.
Well, not just bad, but the cop is just acting with an unjustified use of force that makes no sense unless he's just like attacking people. Like there's no point in an arrest. You're just shoving people over for what?
Again,
Why?
fine. If you see an officer put somebody on the ground and it's not clear whether they're arresting them or not, then go put your body in between.
Okay, here's what happens during an arrest, you brain-dead fuckwit. The officer tells you to turn around and place your hands behind your back, and then they take out their handcuffs. And then they put the handcuffs around your wrists. That's what an arrest looks like. When you just shove someone as hard as you can so you can, like, throw them to the fucking ground, that's not an arrest, dumbass. Especially when you're talking about, like, a fucking, 200+ pound man versus a fucking, 130-pound woman? Like, the fuck?
Between
it's
you
still
and
a
that
bad
person,
idea.
and see if that's going to work out for you.
Sure. So you conceded the whole argument because you keep morphing the words every time.
I'm not morphing anything.
You are. If you see an officer put somebody on the ground, if the officer was like,
so first of all, that woman
we're
was in
talking
the
about
middle
the
of
officer
traffic.
going to the ground. We're not talking about any of that. He shoves the woman with his arm, right? You acknowledge that he just shoves the woman aside with his arm.
Yeah, he shoves the woman that's in the way. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't in the way.
In the
when he
way
shoved
of
her.
what?
Right?
He shoves the woman. Okay, go ahead.
So he shoves the woman with his arm. Doesn't look like there's an arrest. I don't know why you would do that. If you want to arrest him, you'd probably hold them still and arrest them, right? It seems like he just gets mad, just shoves the lady away. And then the guy, I don't even know if he puts his hand on her, but it looks like he steps in and then turns around to pick the woman up as the cop just starts pepper spraying the guy with the phone. Why? There's no
so
reason.
He gets in between the officer and the subject that he's engaged with. And
Which is not a good idea.
He's not engaged with the subject. He just pushed her. He just shoved her away, and that was
He's
it.
moving towards her when this guy comes and cuts them in between. You don't know what's going to happen.
Sure, you don't, but I know that there's no reason for the cop to start pepper spraying the guy. The guy's locked in like a death quick time event. As soon as the cop starts to close the gap, and he pepper sprays the dude for no reason. We've got escalation there. Then they start fighting. I don't even want to say fighting. The guy doesn't even fight back. He turns around, he's slipping on the ice, and then the cop gets his whole crew over to tackle the dude and execute him.
Yeah, Sean, can I ask you this? You don't think the ICE officer, regardless of whether you think the ultimate decision to pull the trigger is justified, you don't think these officers, like, seem well trained and handled the situation well, do you? Because it seems like amateur hour to me. It seems like they escalated. Seems like there was like 6 of them and they couldn't restrain one, probably soy-filled guy who is not exactly, looks like he's a beast, difficult to control. It doesn't seem like ICE is exactly sending their best to Minneapolis right now.
I mean, first of all, I believe this was like CBD.
Roller dogs, $92.
How many cigs for 1,800 miles?
Well, let's see.
2 or 3.
You want the number or you want a packs?
The number.
All right, you figure 20 cigarettes in a pack, 80.
80 cigarettes? 4 packs?
Jeez, it's like he's trucking just to afford cigarettes. Thanks for the donation, Roller Dogs.
Customs and Border Patrol, not ICE.
Yeah, so DHS still, but yeah.
But again, like, what are you supposed to do in this scenario? Like draw me a picture of how to do it better if they can't get in control of this individual that's on the ground.
So, first of all, they didn't have to do anything to those people at all. None of that was remotely necessary. The one dude was just filming. The other lady was just blowing her whistle near where they were like conducting some kind of arrest or investigation. They wanted her to leave. They got her to go all the way across the street, and she was just standing there. And then they proceeded to push forward and shove her. So if they're upset with her, like, blowing a whistle or whatever, by the way, that's your constitutional right. You're allowed to protest, blow a whistle in public. Then mission accomplished. She was out of the way, all the way across the fucking street. So why did they have to pursue doing anything with her any further? He cannot possibly give a reason for that. Secondly, if they had an interest in actually arresting her, then why didn't they arrest her? Why did they shove her? And then why did they pepper spray the dude when he was not making any hostile action towards them? And again, if these people were properly trained, they'd know that pepper spraying them would just make it more difficult to arrest them. They're going to be more resistant. They're going to be prone to keeping their hands in front of their face and pushing people away. Just a natural defense mechanism when you have like shit sprayed in your fucking eyes that burns like fucking crazy. So they're going to have a harder time fucking arresting them. And on top of that, pepper spray is messy. It gets fucking everywhere. So when you have suspects that are pepper sprayed and then you have to like touch them, you have to handcuff them, you have to put them in your car, you're going to get that shit all over your hands. It's likely going to get on your face eventually because a lot of people like touch their face and stuff. Your eyes are going to start tearing up. Your shit's going to start burning. Even after you wash it, it's not going to be gone completely. You're going to take a piss, and then some of the pepper spray is going to get on your dick, and then your dick is going to be burning. It's nasty. So, like, it's not shit that you want to fucking use. So, like, all of this was fucking retarded.
You should watch the Piers panel on the ICE shooting the other day. It's pure rage bait with Officer Tatum Guy lol.
Oh, that guy's a massive fucking bootlicker. He's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, retard. I don't know. This seems like enough for me for tonight.
Ground. And then during that process, which is seconds long, they end up finding out that he has a gun. Like, one of them got in there and removed the gun. I think that was really effective to get in there and remove the gun.
Why?
Unfortunately, that was
why were they even dogpiling him?
So was that part bad training or was that part good training?
The bad training was, one is shoving a lady with your arm. There's just no reason to do that. So that was bad. Pepper spraying the guy for literally no reason. That was bad. Attacking or tackling this dude who's now totally discombobulated, who doesn't seem to be a threat at all. That was bad. Bringing all your boys over to tackle the dude. That was bad. Smacking the dude in the face over and over again with the bottom of the mace or whatever. That was bad. And then taking the gun off him, having a negligent discharge, and then executing the guy. All of these things were bad.
They pepper sprayed the guy after he interceded in their action, which you're like, well, I don't know if it was going to be an arrest.
That is not justifiable force, you fuckwit.
It's not enough to pepper spray the guy.
What are you
because the guy
supposed
got
to,
him
like, so you're like, don't
use
shove
your
them,
words. You
don't
could say,
pepper
hey,
spray.
you could say, wait, I just
They
want
had
to
already, there was already a previous engagement with him where they told him to move back in the earlier video.
Sure, I just
so
want
they had
to
already
clearly
warned
state that.
him. So what are you
I want
talking
you to
about?
clearly state that. So when a guy is standing in front of you with a phone, the only thing that you can do from that point on is
he's
to
not just
make the
standing
guy.
in front of them. Like I
Yes,
get,
he
like
is.
in order for your scenario to work, you have to not tell the truth. But he was interceding in between him and the woman that the ICE agent or the border
He
patrol
was
agent
standing in
was
front of the guy.
engaged
That was
with.
it. He wasn't punching him. He wasn't hitting him. He
No, he was
wasn't
just standing in front of him, and there was no there was no context around it. He did not
And
put
so-
his body in between him and the person that he was engaged with. No,
So you're telling me the only path from that point forward is he has to start pepper spraying the guy.
I'm saying that is a proper use of pepper spray in that scenario. Like, what
I'm
do you?
not
What
sure
do
it
you
is.
want to
He's
do?
not using force to threaten anybody. You could say you're
He's
under arrest
using
for
his body
resisting for
to impede what you're
obstruction.
doing.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back, and then if he attacks you or tries to run away, maybe then something could be justified. But simply the fact that he didn't immediately like back down and turn around, does that
First of
really
all, this guy
justify
was
the
already
pepper spray?
pushed by agents prior to this in a previous video. Have you not
And he
seen that
didn't
video?
attack or do anything back. He didn't strike or do
when he
anything
was
back, which
approaching
goes
them
to the-
before.
Which goes to the opposite state of mind that he shouldn't have thought the guy was a threat because he didn't attack or do anything there either.
No, he ignored a warning. Typically, when you're escalating your behavior as a person like that is, which again, he already approached the agents. They already pushed him away in the previous video. And then they get into it with this woman. She ends up getting shoved to the ground. He throws his body in between them, which you describe, again, very deceptively as just standing. He just happened to be standing there. Like, isn't that weird how he happened to end up right between the Border Patrol agent and the woman on the ground?
Nobody
and then they
disagrees
use
that
pepper
he's
spray.
blocking. Yes, he's blocking the officer, sure, but he's not. The officer's not getting into it. The one he just rage shoves her away. That's all you see. And the guy moves over, he intercedes, and then he goes to pick the woman up, and then the officer starts pepper spraying. You don't think there's any other action the officer could have taken at that point?
I mean, he could have tackled him. There was plenty of things that you could do.
He couldn't
but
have just said,
decided
"Sir, move aside." He could have said, "Sir, I'm going to arrest you now."
They already engaged with this guy before, and he still
They
didn't
didn't
back
say
off.
they were detaining him. They didn't say they were arresting him, and he did back off. That's why there was no earlier engagement that ended in physical
No,
violence.
he didn't back off because he jumps in right here.
He doesn't
I
jump
wanna
in.
ask
He's
Steven
getting
a
warned
question.
in that previous instance.
Are we pretending that didn't happen?
Okay.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you a question because I've seen liberals and progressive commentators, and I
Don't
understandably
lump me into them. I'm the written.
Dude, this is just. I want to go to bed. Fuck, man, I just want to go to bed and not deal with this fucking stupid shit. It's really hard putting up with nonsense day in, day out. You guys don't understand. Just slowly eats away at you.
Rittenhouse guy, remember. Sorry.
I know. You're a little different because you are actually a Second Amendment pro-gun rights guy, but and suddenly a lot of conservatives are like, if you have a gun, you're asking to be shot. Not you, Sean, of course. Not saying that about you, but we've definitely seen a few people get roasted for that. But I do wonder, we've seen people like Mayor Frey, I think, really make this situation worse, encourage people to engage in kind of disruptive protests that cross a line into illegality, like taking over a church. I mean, I don't want to get into that whole debate, but for example, this idea that people are praising this man who was killed, which of course his life being lost is terrible, and I really do think important questions need to be asked for putting himself in that situation. There almost seems to be at least a portion of the left that seems to be actively encouraging people to interfere with ICE operations. And even if you think those operations are wrong or immoral or illegal, that seems like only a recipe for putting more people in danger. Do you not agree that that's a bad idea to do?
So there are multiple parts to this question. So the first thing is, unless I've missed something, I don't know if I agree with the characterization that Frey or Walz has told people to do anything illegal. I feel like I hear them over and over again say, make sure that
Well,
you're
he called for the
protesting.
release of the activist who criminally obstructed the church ceremony.
Was that criminal? So
Yeah,
I watched.
it was definitely, I think it was criminal. Yeah,
Well,
you
sure,
can't
I know
shut
you
down
think-
someone's service. Shout it
So
down.
I watched this. And I really did. I watched about an hour of it. I couldn't see more. If anybody asked them to leave and they didn't, past that point, it's easily trespassing for sure, right? But I don't know. I feel like there was like a 30-minute inside thing, and then everybody left.
I mean,
I don't know if
I don't want to,
I mean-
but it is a face act violation when you go
Maybe.
and shout down a church service.
If you can climb the inverted green tower in baby steps without cheating, I'll donate 1K. I don't know what that is, but maybe I'll try it.
And that's what it's being investigated for.
Oh. I press search. I type I. And then the page changes? I'm not so sure if this is worth trying to do for 1K. I might need $1 million for that. G donated $2.
You are not going back outside.
What in the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Off the roof.
Stop.
Haley, don't you?
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff. Off the roof.
Stop.
Haley, don't you?
What happened this time?
An orange cat jumped out of the bushes and scared him. Honestly, it scared me too. It's okay.
Daggy.
It's okay, buddy. Oh! Holy smokes! Dude, that guy came out of nowhere. That's an orange cat too. Orange cats are crazy. That's not Miso. Come on.
What happened?
Hey.
Gummy's done that to me a few times.
How you doing? What are you? Ow!
Mouse.
Don't eat my plants. Don't eat my plants.
Fucking mouse.
No, 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 I hate that.
Oh.
What's up? Oh my god.
That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, G.
Sure. Okay. I mean, it could be investigated for that. Sure. But I mean, I don't know if I heard any, like the mayor or the governor say, like, go into churches and protest into churches. You could argue that. No, actually, I won't even steel man that. Like they've over and over again told people that if they're going to protest, to do it lawfully, to do it peacefully, to not be aggressing on people or to be doing things that could be criminal behavior. Like I've heard that statement said over and over and over again. Even if people are engaged in some level of criminal behavior when it comes to blocking ICE people or protesting where they shouldn't, the answer can't just be execute them. That's just absolutely absurd. And you can feel that that ICE is acting in an immoral way, that it's still within the borders of the law, and so there's some level of civil disobedience where you're like, well, I'm going to accept getting arrested in this case. I wouldn't necessarily recommend people do that because it's breaking the law, and who knows what their criminal penalties will be. But like the answer can't be execution.
All right, you keep saying execution. That doesn't feel like a fair characterization to me. When you're saying it's not like they set out there looking to kill someone in cold blood, Stephen.
I mean,
it's
the
a
pretty
situation
thing,
gone wrong.
it's going wrong, but the officers are like feeding into it every single level of the interaction. Like again, if you watch that video from start to finish, one, I don't know why the officers are just shoving people around. It's kind of crazy.
No,
and then two, and then like him pepper spraying the guy. Like all of this is just escalating until somebody dies, and then it's like, well, I don't know what happened. It's like, why? Like there's no reason for them to be behaving in such a manner. You're inducing an event where you're going to have to kill somebody. You know?
I mean, what we're seeing by these left-wing agitators is not protesting. Like if you had an issue with your local police department and you decided to quote unquote protest them by following them around during the course of their operations, blowing whistles to make sure suspects that they were looking for escaped, obstructing them in the middle of traffic,
all of that is legal,
like
right?
we would call that criminal activity. Like you can't do that to your, you can't do that to your local police department. You can't do that to your local police department. So the idea that this is like regular, ordinary
following
protesting,
somebody in
it's
video recording them
agitating.
and blowing a whistle, is that legal or illegal?
It depends, actually. Like you can call it like disturbing the peace if you're making like obnoxious noise. Like I live in New York City. If I play music too loud, the police will show up to my apartment.
Yeah, that was a good pivot. So that's not illegal, right? If they want to arrest them for disturbing the peace or whatever, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, obstructing law enforcement operations is definitely illegal. Again,
but
if
you
the police
acknowledge
are raiding a building in order to arrest somebody and you were blowing a whistle so that person in said building would escape, which is what these people are effectively doing, that would obviously be illegal.
Well, my understanding is it's not illegal. This is why you have apps on your phone that will literally warn you when there's a speed trap ahead, that this stuff has been decided to be free speech.
We're not talking about the same thing. You're interfering with an active operation.
It's notifying people of law enforcement presence has been in some cases upheld to be a form of protected speech.
Yeah, that's also, again, you're talking about something different, though. If you go during an operation, let's say they're doing a drug bust in your neighborhood, right? You're a libertarian, you're against the drug war. If you follow them on their way to a drug bust and made as much noise as possible in order to make sure that the people who had the drugs in the house that they were about to raid got away, do you think you would be arrested? Or do you think they'd be like, oh, First Amendment activity, no big deal?
I do think I would get arrested.
In that case, in that case, you could be. But for the ICE stuff here, it doesn't seem like these are the types of targeted operations they're claiming. The names that they've been releasing, Minnesota has come out and said they don't even have some of these people in custody, or these people don't exist, or the records are like 20 years old. So it seems like we can't even trust that ICE is on any kind of targeted operation. For Renee Good, apparently they're just going door to door knocking. It wasn't a targeted raid or targeted bust. I believe for Alex Pretty, I think that he was just in front of like they were in front of some federal office or whatever. So that wasn't a targeted raid or bust either.
First of all, that's not information that these people who are following them around know. They're not like, oh, well, I'm against ICE enforcement because they have technically outdated information. They're actively trying to disrupt them when they know that they're finding a person. So they have the intent to disrupt a law enforcement operation.
You're simply wrong on the law there.
Sean,
just by blowing the whistle by cops moving around in a neighborhood or ICE moving around, that doesn't count as obstruction. It's been ruled on. This is not obstruction. It's not.
Sean, you do acknowledge that they do have a First Amendment right to record the officers, right?
Yeah, you have a right to record, of course.
So when people are following, and that's what this guy seemed to have originally be doing, is trying to serve as an observer and record ICE. And frankly, I have no issue with that. And I think that people, while they shouldn't get involved in the situations, which I think he did choose to do, and I do think was a mistake, even if it didn't justify his death, I do think people have a right. And I am kind of disturbed.
Again, like I have nothing against this guy personally.
Zimbies, Twitters, fake news. Iranian people are not stay home and die from hunger. It's not true, fake, true, and 400 billion were killed. No, 40,000 billion were killed. There is no protest. You propagandist channel already lost the cyber information war. Okay, thanks for the donation.
I wish he was not shot in this particular situation. It is a tragedy. You have every right to record law enforcement during their operations, but obviously when you're blocking people in, which is what Renee Good was doing, when you're doing the whistles to make sure people get away, the whole entire purpose of that is to...
Who was Renee blocking in?
She was blocking the road.
You just said when they're blocking people in. That's not
blocking the road.
Okay, so you've changed your words. That's fine.
She was blocking the road. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't misspeak for like 1 second. She was blocking the road, or as many people would say, not blocking anything, just parking perpendicular in the road as you would normally do.
Kristi Noem said, where Kristi Noem said that she was blocking people in or ramming them with a car. That was the lie that Kristi Noem said.
She ran the officer with the car. I mean, that's on video. So.
No, the officer jumped in front of the car and he shouldn't have been there. He should
No, she squared up to face him. Again, that's on the video. Like when she was reversing, she aligned the car with him.
She aligned to go right, which is exactly the path the car took.
No, she went straight.
In front of a moving vehicle. Why would
she went straight and then was turning? And again, here's what we're doing right now. We're basing this
video. What?
We're basing this on. Oh well, and when I slowed down the video and I looked at it with hindsight in 2020, which is the exact opposite of the legal standard, I determined based on the trajectory of the wheels that she was turned enough, whatever that means, to make that an unjustified shooting. No,
the
that's
legal standard.
Sean, I don't
right up on the car. She makes contact with him. The idea that he has to count because she was all the way reversed. Remember, there's 3 turns in a steering wheel. He has to count whether she made 1 full revolution, which would be straight, or
That's
one
a
and a half, which would
filibuster.
be
It's a
all the way for the
filibuster because
turn,
it's
and
unlimited
then
time.
he makes
It's
that
a filibuster.
determination in a split second, and that's a fair standard, is absurd.
Yep. Good
All right,
filibuster.
Sean,
So
let
let's tell
Destiny-
the truth.
let Destiny
One
give it a
minute.
thought on that.
argument, so
So
continue.
the truth, wait. So the truth is that it's a totality of the circumstances. The officer's been interacting with her for over a minute beforehand. It doesn't seem like she was a murderer. This is like a large, like lesbian white wine mom woman. He's arguing with her and her partner. There's no reason for that officer to have in his mind the idea that she's about to try to murder cops. And
I mean,
given
except for her accelerating at him, and again, you're trying to do this thing where you make it based on her intent, which is not
It's
what's
not
argued.
about
It's not
why
the
you
standard.
keep
It's whether or
lying.
not
It's about-
a
I said
reasonable
multiple
officer
times.
in that same position would fear death or serious bodily injury with the
considering
car
a
accelerating towards
more
him.
filibustering. It's considering a totality of the circumstances.
No,
the woman
that's
had
not.
shown
The standard
It
is whether
the
a
standard.
reasonable officer in that scenario would fear death.
This guy's so dishonest and dumb. Such a bootlicking fucktard. Free hands, Tyler's coward America losing to Iran since 80s, one more embarrassment coming from MAGA cults. Conald felon Trump is threatening Iran to distract from his goons. Government are doing the same. To Americans, Iran should not allow Western media into country. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Death or serious bodily injury, as the again, not without the benefit of hindsight, with the information known to him at the time.
hindsight. Why do you say hindsight? It's a totality.
Because you're talking
of
about the wheels being
circumstances.
turned, like
I'm
from
not
which
talking about
again
the
people
wheels being
describe
turned. I've said this
from
multiple
behind.
times. It was her interaction before with the cop. There was nothing violent said. There was nothing crazy going on. She didn't seem to be demonstrating any lethal or violent intent. And no reasonable person up to that point who ends up walking in front of the car would think like, "Oh God, she's about to murder me." If you look at the
She's about to
totality
hit
of
him with the
circumstances-
car as she
if
is
you look at-
running at him with the car.
as he walks in front of her car that's moving
Well,
in
she
the
squared
street.
up to face him when
But
she
Sean,
reversed.
Sean,
she
guys,
backed up
guys,
to
I gotta
reverse the
retake
Yeah,
this
and
one
then
here for a
she
second.
turned her wheels and aligned
So-
better with him.
Totality,
Sean, guys,
totality of the circumstances. She wasn't violent or anything prior to this.
Hang on. So I didn't necessarily want to go and debate the whole Renee Good shooting as well, but it is important and it does matter. Sean, obviously you're right that if someone tries to run you over with a car, that is what would justify it. But the question is whether that's what actually happened. And I don't think it's clear. There are multiple different video angles that he was struck. One video appears to show that he was, but others appear to show otherwise. It's all very complicated. And also, again, without wanting to relitigate this all, he did continue to shoot through the side window at her once she was very clearly not going to hit him.
In 0.7 seconds.
But each instance of the use of lethal force has to be justified. And
That's
I don't
all
know
considered one instance. That's totally wrong.
each pulling of the trigger has to be legally justified. It's not
That's
just
totally
you can start
wrong.
spraying,
It's one
and if your
instance.
original
You're talking
shot is
about 0.7
valid.
seconds. The court has recognized multiple
So
times that human
stupid.
beings are human beings, and the idea that he's supposed to have this like hyper perception in 0.7
Yeah, dude, the car wasn't going that fast, you fucking idiot. Like, holy shit. So dumb.
seconds, which is the difference between shot 1 and shot 3, and know that shot 1 was effective enough, or shot 2 was effective enough, or 3 is absurd. Like
I
again,
do
you
think
can
they
watch
are
videos
responsible
online.
for every shot that they take with their service weapon, and I don't think
Again,
these people are.
It'll be all three of these shots will be seen the exact same way just because of the length of time between each shot. In extended situations, it might be different. But again, when you're considering whether the shoot is legal and good or not, you're considering a totality of the circumstances, which are the circumstances that lead up to the shoot. It's not just the moment that the car starts moving towards the guy. It's everything leading up to that. They didn't have any violent encounters. The woman didn't display any violent intent. The guy's walking in front of her car or whatever multiple times, so clearly didn't feel like this was a threat or this
Yeah,
was
when
something she
he
could
was
do.
filming her, she wasn't an issue. But when they tried to get her out of the car and she decided to take off, that's when it became an issue.
Why
When
was
she
he
decided to
filming
take
her?
off. See what you just said there? When she decided to take off, not ram him with her car, but when she was
because her
pulling out
intent
the lead,
doesn't matter, and I
exactly.
don't have to lie
Exactly.
in order
The
to
intent
make my
doesn't-
point.
Yes, her intent doesn't matter.
Like, I don't
True,
have to
but
read
you
her
should be able
mind to
ascertain.
understand that a car that's 2 tons is a serious threat of bodily injury or death.
Then why was he standing in front of the car right after he backed up?
You mean after she squared up to face him
Why
and
was
put
he
him
standing
more in
after
front
she
of the car?
backed up? After she
was
backed up,
circling
why
the
would he stand in front of the car?
Well, she was
could've moved
backing up
faster,
then, and then she turned to drive and then started accelerating.
and he could have just continued to move. He stopped. He would have been out of the way of her car. What was he planning on?
Oh, in
stopping with his
hindsight,
bare
with
hand?
2020, like you could make that argument, but that's
It's so
not the legal
crazy. I've
standard.
never needed a hindsight. It is the legal standard, also not hindsight
it's not.
2020, but
It's
the
quite
totality of
literally not.
circumstances. The totality of the circumstances is the legal standard, and the totality of circumstances doesn't make her seem like she's a deadly threat. It's not just at the moment that she starts moving forward.
It's not.
everything leading up
It's
to
not.
that.
Well, again, it's not just a deadly threat. It's a threat of death or serious bodily injury that a reasonable officer with the same information would act in that situation or perceive a deadly or serious bodily injury threat.
Why did
Two-ton
none of the other
vehicle,
officers perceive
serious-
it?
If you were sentences to prison for 5 years and without you knowing some vegan group infiltrated the prison and had set up an escape for you and you had a choice to either escape or not, would you do it? Given that if you do and get caught who'd get more years.
Depends what prison, I guess. If it's in a foreign country and I can escape and never come back, then I'd just escape. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The ones that weren't in serious danger, the ones that
like
were
a foot away from him. Yeah, the ones that were like a foot away from the guy. Why did neither of them seem to perceive this deadly threat? This threat of serious
that
bodily harm?
weren't in front of the car.
The ones that were a foot away from the guy.
That weren't in front of the car.
Well, they could still act to defend their colleagues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and they didn't
like they weren't in front of the car. Like that's why.
Maybe
so, guys, I want to move us along. I do want to move us along.
How quickly and easily that would have been.
I'm not sure we're going to get to the bottom of it, but ultimately it will continue to be investigated. Maybe there may be a point of agreement on the next question related to this, actually, which is the interesting performance of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in the aftermath of this shooting. I want to play you a clip of her at a press conference immediately after the shooting of Alex Priddy. Listen to this.
Individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Oh, here's what I would say is that, listen, maybe you think this was a defensive shoot. Maybe you think it's justified. I don't, but okay, we could have that discussion. For the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to get in front of the cameras after an American citizen was just killed by one of her officers, and immediately, based on the fact that he has a gun and ammunition, which millions of people carry every day, suggest that he must have been in some plot, they did also call him a domestic terrorist, again, baselessly, to kill law enforcement, like to go and shoot up and do a mass shooting targeting law enforcement, is totally baseless and irresponsible. Sean, I respect that you have a more conservative viewpoint on some of these issues, but you are not like a team red automaton who will just defend anything like some people. Surely you agree that that is unacceptable from the secretary.
Right. So there's 2 issues with what I had that she said there. First of all, actually 3. One, we really in this country need, I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation to like come back into play because like she says he approached with a firearm, which is like not technically a lie, but is effectively like the biggest lie that you could tell because he didn't have the firearm out. He didn't present it. Like it communicates the wrong information despite technically being true. And then she goes on to imply that he's a mass shooter or he was a potential mass shooter or he was targeting law enforcement, like to kill law enforcement, maybe not in a mass shooting kind of way, when that's not supported by the evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If I was planning to do something that terrible as Kristi Noem described, I probably wouldn't wait for me to be on the ground surrounded by 7 law enforcement agents and then for them to find the gun for me to execute my plot. So yeah, this was absurd. Kristi Noem is an embarrassment. And again, you should not go off like half-cocked with bad information and like deliver messages like this. Because even the part that she said that's technically true in the beginning.
Why are there still people defending this ICE thing?
Because they're bootlickers and they're stupid fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, is a lie because of what she's implying by it.
Yeah, Stephen, when you see Stephen Miller, who shares your name, of course.
Are you enjoying life?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know. And, when you have a sucky day, you can just watch hentai. Thanks for the donation, G.
Of course. Come out and immediately brand this guy an assassin who tried to kill law enforcement. I mean, I do believe that Trump has the right to enforce federal immigration law, and he was elected on a mass deportation agenda, but I think we at bare minimum deserve some degree of honesty and not this just blatant, brazen lying.
I mean, they've done this with almost every big shooting incident that happened. They did it with the Charlie Kirk shooting as well, where Nancy Mace and other people have literally just come out and started ascribing a whole bunch of stuff to this guy before we even knew who the shooter was. We've seen Kash Patel make crazy statements. We've seen Kristi Noem and Trump make crazy statements. Like,
I'm out of the loop. Obviously the shooting was unjustified, but it seems like the arrest may have been justified because of kicking the tail light. But man, they are just itching to shoot someone. It's disgusting.
That video of him kicking the taillight was from 2 weeks earlier, before that shooting happened. So you're conflating 2 different events. Thanks for the donation, though, TT.
Like, they just want to get ahead of the story so that they can kind of like spin whatever narrative or story they can before any of the actual facts come out, or until the next insane thing has happened in 2 other days, and then we've all moved on from it. So yeah, I mean, it totally undermines credibility from all of our agencies. Like, you can no longer trust almost anything that they put out because you've seen that they're willing to just, like, if the head of the agency is willing to come forth and lie, like blatantly about videos we've all seen. I don't know. What am I supposed to trust anything else they put out? I'm not sure.
No, it's a serious problem. I mean, these people are also responsible for national emergency.
Dominus, it doesn't matter, okay? Thanks for the donation, dude.
For, you know, if there is, God forbid, an attack on the United States, DHS is going to be putting out updates, and I just don't know how we're supposed to take this essentially. And I will say,
honestly, VG, this guy is pos. You may as well just watching this instead. Just guys try and justify murder.
Catching rats. Is that the kind of thinking it takes to carry out state-sanctioned mass murder? Not just blind obedience, but also a belief that your victims are not human.
Let me ask you this. What was Hiroshima? Was it not your medical experiment? Would Americans have dropped bombs as easily on Germany as it did upon Japan, killing as many civilians as possible? I think not. To an American sensibility, a Caucasian child is considerably more human than a Japanese child.
America.
Oh my god, they got Brian Cox to play Goring? Are you Hollywood is so stupid.
Was at war with Japan, a country that had attacked it without provocation. You murdered millions of your own citizens.
And what about the American citizens of the Japanese race who were put into protective custody in your own concentration camps?
That was wrong.
And why was this not done to Americans?
This is a really shitty movie. Thanks for the donation, G, and you're an idiot. Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings were totally justified. Like, this is such a stupid thing. Rack Donatellers, hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine. Thanks for the donation, Rack.
This Ice Barbie, seriously, right? She dresses up in costumes to go on TV, of uniforms that she's not actually needing to be wearing. She wears them as props on a television set, then goes back to her condo. And I just think she's totally embarrassed the administration, and they can do better, even if you don't agree with their agenda. I mean, surely there's a better advocate for it than this, but they appear to be standing by her. Here is Caroline Levitt.
First question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem.
How is that possible, that you could see everything that's going on and still have confidence and trust in Kristi Noem, Sean?
Well, I mean, listen, Trump is also like a backstabber guy who likes to flatter you before he fires you, so that could be the kiss of death for all we know. But
Dodo donators. What communist female in Hollywood wrote that movie? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But yeah, look, you shouldn't have confidence in, like, listen, I've heard the argument for why the right or the government is throwing out these narratives initially, and they say, oh, it's because the left will make their own narrative, a la Michael Brown or whatever, past instance that justifies it. It's just, I don't buy it at all. Like, you should not do this, especially if you're the government. Like, let people on the internet that are analyzing the videos, like the Zapruder film, like, make their cockamamie theories or whatever. But like, there's a level of like prestige when you're in the government that you shouldn't do this. So like, people say, how do they have confidence? It's just doubling down on your side. Like, our administration does nothing wrong.
Then why do so many SJWs vilify both the bombings then?
Because they're idiots that don't understand how bad the Imperial Japanese were. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We have confidence in them, but like, as we've seen many times, you could have confidence in somebody up until the moment they're fired.
Yeah. Do you think that's where we're heading, Destiny? Is she going to be the first major firing from the cabinet?
Probably not. I feel like he stood by her through so much other extreme stuff. As long as she can continue to tank everything, it feels like they had their fall guy for this. Now that Bovino or whatever is gone, yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure.
Jade Tellers, no, I didn't send that to you because of Hiroshima. I sent it because these pro-ICE guys are just trying to do pro-murder propaganda like the Nazis. Okay, thanks for the donation.
Is this going to turn into a sleep stream? How much do I have to donate for you to take your shirt off and leave it off while you sleep? Steam locomotive emoji, steam locomotive emoji, smiley face emoji, kissing face emoji, smiley face emoji.
I don't know, man. I'm probably gonna take a nap. Thanks for the donation, James.
he'll probably still be here. And then
well,
we'll
yeah,
see.
you mentioned Greg Bovino, and of course he's the chief of Border Patrol. He is apparently being reassigned and no longer going to be in charge of the Minnesota operation. So that does suggest maybe a pivot. But I want to play you this clip of him because I find this extremely bizarre that even now, days after this incident, we still have no idea who the officer involved was. But that is, of course, in part because of the new DHS policy of masking officers and keeping them anonymous. Bovino was asked about that. Listen to this.
Commander Bovino, when it comes to the shooting, from what I understand, there were 2 agents who fired shots. We know one of the agents had 8 years experience, and we know he was a less lethal instructor and had this training. What did the other agent, what was his history, and are they both working right now or are they on administrative leave?
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing, and the safety of our employees is very important to us. So we're going to keep those employees safe. As far as the number of shots, the number of agents involved, that, again, is going to come out in the investigation.
So it's bizarre to me that these agents are still working. I mean, even if it was a legally justified shooting, they just took someone's life and were involved in a traumatic incident. Even if they're not guilty of anything, they should still probably be on administrative leave while it's investigated. And then I have to say, I understand that they face a lot of threats and intimidation right now, but to me, the masks have to come off, right? We cannot have anonymous people roaming the streets and apprehending people and using lethal force against citizens, and we don't even know who they are. Sure, they face threats, and that should be prosecuted by the FBI, to the fullest extent of the law, anybody who tries to harass or threaten their family or anything like that. But we ask judges, we ask politicians, we ask everyday law enforcement, all to be identifiable by badge number, by public name, and it's part of the job, unfortunately, as it may be. I mean, even as public figures, we get stalkers, we get people sending things to our address, we get doxxed, and yet for some reason they seem to think it's okay to have ICE officers and other DHS officials just running around masked and anonymous. Sean, do you support that, or do you agree that that's a problem?
Look, I understand why they have the masks. Obviously, ICE agents and their family members have been targeted in the past by these left-wing activists, but I genuinely agree with you. Like, American civilian law enforcement, you're supposed to know who they are when they're operating out in the field. And, like, yeah, we should prosecute the people that are exposing their friends and family and targeting them in all those kind of ways that they were doing in the first Trump administration, but that doesn't mean that they should be anonymous enforcers. Again, like, it's very rare circumstances where your law enforcement does this, usually where they're going up against gang members or they're undercover, but then they're also participating in a raid that you don't see their faces. And like every single operation related to immigration is the opposite of very rare circumstances. As far as the paid administrative leave thing, I mean, that's why we have paid administrative leave. Like, even if this is the cleanest shooting, which, you know, it is a messy shooting, but even if it's the cleanest shooting that you absolutely could have, like firing your weapon at a human being and taking their life is something that you need some time off for. Usually you're supposed to see a psychologist or something of the sort. So again, I agree that they should be there. I mean, it's better that they're moved out of Minneapolis than in Minneapolis, but like, we have paid administrative leave for a reason, and we give a ton of money to Border Patrol and ICE in the big, beautiful bill, so that we should have enough people that these guys could take some time off.
Stephen, do you think they might behave a little differently if their faces were on camera? I do wonder, that's just natural human psychology, that they might be quicker to shove a woman indefensibly or to escalate situations when they're hiding behind these bandanas that are not even official masks. So what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, probably, yeah. You mask people up and they can act crazy sometimes, yeah. I mean, we should know who they are. I think everything's been said on this. I agree. It's just the administration is just acting in the most divisive and aggressive way possible. Like, if Trump cared at all, and Republicans don't care about illegal immigration because it's a faux issue to them. They just throw it up whenever they want to like make voters mad about a thing. But you can tell with the way that they approach it that they don't actually care about it as an issue, and that the voters don't seem to care much about it as an issue, aside from things to vote on. Because, like, imagine trying to explain to a European friend, so ICE is mass deployed right now doing immigration enforcement, and they're like, oh, that must be where, like in Texas or California, or no, up in Minnesota. Why? Like, the per capita numbers don't make sense. The absolute numbers don't make sense. It's because a cognitively impaired Republican kid, made a stupid video where 90% of the information was fake, and they decided to just go mass deployment of ICE to the state for just no reason.
Sean, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, you can look by the numbers. The per capita rates of people removed from Texas and Florida are significantly higher than in blue states, and the reason for this is because you have state and local coordination. Like, Destiny talks about how, the Republicans don't care about illegal immigration or any of this. In reality, the Democrats are actively benefiting off of this conflict. That's why they don't work with the feds. That's why they encourage people to go out there. That's why they tell their voters consistently that they're not legitimate law enforcement. That's why you'll see on social media all these people saying, oh, well, ICE can't arrest you because they're not a general law enforcement agency, even though they absolutely can arrest you for obstructing their operations, just like any law enforcement agency could do so, because they want these conflicts to fester. I mean, Tim Walz after this compared, like, I guess, I don't know who he's comparing to, but Minnesotans to Anne Frank, which again implies that ICE is the Nazis. And spoiler alert, if you were in the times of Anne Frank and you had to deal with Nazi soldiers, you would be justified to kill those soldiers. So this is what is being stoked up by these comparisons, because they want this conflict. Like, they benefit benefit from it politically. And it's the biggest distraction for somebody like Tim Walz, who doesn't have to deal with the consequences of Nick Shirley's video, which of course Stephen had to mischaracterize.
Well, let's not litigate that. Let's not litigate that. That could be another episode.
I want to say, just to anybody listening out there, who's ever heard me say crazy things about Republicans in the past, this is why I don't think that it's worth it for Walz to take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence in protest, because people like Sean and all the other Republicans will constantly mischaracterize every single thing they say. Both the mayor and the governor of Minneapolis and of Minnesota, respectively, have been unequivocally telling people, do not do illegal things, do not obstruct, don't riot, don't break stuff, like be peaceful, record people, maintain a distance. Like they've been unequivocal in their messaging there, and yet you still have people
do not do illegal things, but they're kind of like the
basically-
Nazis. I don't know if you guys know that.
You do agree that the Nazi rhetoric
like the problem is you've
escalates
lost all your moral high ground when you're taking videos and selling merchandise in front of Alligator Alcatraz. You can't conduct yourself in that manner and then go, man, I wonder why Americans are so opposed to our form of deportations. If Donald Trump wanted to, Donald Trump could have said, here's what we're doing. We're going to every single prison in the state, and if you've done a violent misdemeanor or any felony, we're deporting you. He could have made that announcement, and every blue governor, blue mayor, everybody would look like such a loser trying to oppose Trump on that initiative. Because how are you going to protect literal rapists and criminals and everything in your states and cities? But instead, they do the most divisive, most aggressive, most disgusting AI image, AI video, Alligator Alcatraz, selling merchandise, laughing about it, joking about it. I mean, like, what do you expect? Of course, this is what's going to happen.
Well, worse than that,
This is leadership
Stephen,
101.
they sent people to. For a long time, I was very critical of sanctuary cities, and I still think it's a problematic policy. But at the same time, when you do have the federal government like sending people to dystopian El Salvadorian prisons without due process, I can kind of understand, Sean, why local authorities wouldn't just be comfortable turning human beings over to them or working with them closely.
I mean, they weren't working with them prior to that. Like, prior to sending, and they were sending Venezuelans to El Salvador because Venezuela was refusing to take their own citizens back. Like there was a reason for
none
it.
of that justifies.
Also, to be
sending
clear,
them
that's
see
a
cop.
lie. I called this out before, and now I've been completely vindicated on the fact that we literally deposed Maduro in a military operation. To say the United States of America couldn't force Venezuela to take back some people is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my
This
entire
is
life.
actually how they did it, because they started taking back people when their citizens started getting sent to El Salvador. So, like, yeah, we could do it. Like, this was the method that they did do it.
No, you would just tell them and you would just do it. The idea that the U.S. lacked the power here is hilariously naive.
Okay.
All right. Well, guys, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate both of you for participating in it, and hopefully we'll do it again sometime.
Yeah. Thanks for warning me.
Wake up. You're about to get a copyright strike.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Green Knight. Thanks for warning me. Oh.
Sleep to this. It's Live 24/7.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Green Knight.
fucking my ass 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 boo b b b b b b b b b b b.
Oh my god.
Durian rider, durian rider, durian. Durian did a
I don't show no mercy because these hoes don't deserve no mercy. They ain't give me no mercy when they.
Yeah, no thanks. Thanks for the donation, dude.
baby fuck my tight bussy versified eat my dick vegan gains eat my cock in my tight bussy versified bussy.
Thanks to the nation.
Hey Gum Gum. How are you doing? You are a very nice kitty. I hope you're enjoying life with companion human and he spoils you all the time. Wait.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
3 sit-ups please. Hey VG, thoughts on Durian Rider sticking his dick inside Jazzman's Verhoeven? Does it make you jealous that he gets Jazzman's anus and you used to be a married cuck?
Oh.
Jurian Ryder Jasmine Nigger Fat Whale. I see a spot on that blanket rising up. Are you having an arousing dream? Part 1 fucking wake up 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 now. Part 2 fucking wake up 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 now. Part 3 fucking wake up 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 now.
Okay. I need to go to sleep. So I hope you've all had fun here. Oh, 'cause I sure as hell have. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow night, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.